Hello. I'm trying to... I'm trying to also go live on Patreon at the same time. And that is not going to happen. Weird. Good morning. No. Good morning, good morning. Yeah, I'm really excited. I'm really excited to check out Oneshot. And IB, I don't know what IB is, so I'm here for that. Strange. And for whatever reason, Patreon's not picking up this. Looks like it has to be separate. Oh man, that sucks. Good morning. So today we are going to be checking out two OSTs. I'm really curious to hear both, honestly. So Oneshot, I started Oneshot very briefly, but I haven't spent a lot of time with it. And then IB is a shorter soundtrack that I don't know anything about. So that's going to be a whole new experience that I don't know what to expect. So with that being said, let me grab some stuff and we'll hop right in. Okay, hold on now. I'm whispering a lullaby for you to come back home. Okay, we'll grab this. This is IB. We'll listen to that after Oneshot. Oneshot is a leftover from June. And I wanted to give a special shout out, of course, to the patrons that have sort of requested this stream. Kalik Tortario. No, I always say his name wrong. Kalik Tortayo and Adamori. Callie requested Oneshot, and we'll listen to that from start to finish, with some stops and starts as we go. And then IB was requested from Ertamori, which is an incredibly short soundtrack. It's literally 30 minutes. So we'll spend the bulk of the time this afternoon with Oneshot. I'm really excited about it. I'm gonna take some notes and really have a good time with this guy. And then I don't have my glasses. Oh, they're right in front of me. Holy hell. And then we will that'll be that. Let's take a listen. Thanks guys for hanging out. Oh, IB is a classic RPG Maker horror game, huh? Oh, it's Ebe? Oh, it's Ebe. Will I be listening to Oneshot with or without the Solstice DLC? I'm going to be listening to Oneshot without the discontinued album, whatever that means. Thank you, Kramen. Nice to see you as always. All right. And then after this, I'll probably be hopping on stream a little bit. And then I'll be probably playing some Street Fighter 6 later today. So, let's hop into Oneshot. Okay, we're hopping into Oneshot. Ebe. Yes, FJ. Yes, I'm very well aware. We'll be getting there sooner than later. All right, let's start her up. This is Oneshot. My burden is light. technological. That's a loop. Huh. So I've played the first couple minutes of Oneshot, so I know that it takes basically it's like it's sort of a game within a game with breaking the fourth wall, talking to you, the player, which is pretty interesting. How here we get the I don't know, the sort of cybernetic, the inner world of the computer, if you will, That's all I really know about Oneshot, to be honest. Just that. I like that. I mean, it's fine. It definitely is a moody feeling, It's definitely like it kind of just is what it is, right? It's not that deep, I would say, in this particular thing, but I like that there's like almost a pseudo melody. Ba da da ba da da dee da. So there's a little bit of a melody, but it's not super prominent. All right, let's go to someplace I know.
One more month going on this gift sub. Rushed here the second I saw it would be on today.
Thank you, Cookie. Crazy. Bumpy bum. Bumpy bum bum. Bum. Obviously, it's a broken world, right? I mean, like, fairly repetitive. Kind of feels like it's searching for something, to be honest. It feels like it's like sifting through rubble or something. Again, I mean, it's not like a necessarily like a sexy track, and I don't think it needs to be. I think that yeah, I mean, it's fine. It's all sustained. It's all there. I think what it does is like it feels really bleak and broken. Raiders. What do you mean raid? There's a raid on YouTube? Hey Raiders, what's up? There's a raid on YouTube? I'm always so confused by YouTube raids. Hold on. Hello Raiders. Oh, I don't have the Hey Sarugaku. Thank you for the raid. How do you raid? What? Redirect. Live redirect. However, you under redirect your premiere viewers. How the fuck? Seems more complicated than it should be. That's bizarre. Well, thank you for the raid. I appreciate that very much. All right, let's keep going. Let's go to puzzle solved. A lot of amorphousness. Hey, thank you. Yeah, stream's going fine. We just started up. A lot of amorphousness here. I wonder if there's pieces that have like a distinctive melody. Hopefully there is. Phosphor. Yeah, there is a bit of a sound of Chrono Trigger. You're right. This is nice. I like that there's like momentum in this. Dum, 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 da, da, yada, yada. It's hello. Hi, Olive. I'll tell you what, though. Seems to me like this is more of a state of meditation rather than a state of what we have in this soundtrack, for better or for worse, for like a sit-down listening experience. We have ourselves a soundtrack that's intention is to move us along emotionally through ambiance and through energy versus through melodic attachment, right? So I think what's already apparent, just like 4 tracks in, and I do hope that there's some like real, that one had some melody, but again, it's like sort of under the surface, which is really interesting because it doesn't, I mean, the first impression is like, is this a good soundtrack to be sitting down and listening to top to bottom without the context? I'm feeling like no, because the drive here is through the journey of the character in game. I don't think it's as like, and so Oneshot and Undertale sort of are compared. You know, I've seen the comparisons at least online a little bit, and I know why, because there is also that like sort of that sort of like deviation from. Also, it's not really fair. Just as an aside to my point I was just about to make, I don't think it's really fair that every game that comes after Undertale that is sort of in that vein, whether it's Oneshot or I think Everhood comes to mind as well. I feel like those two games, they're easy to write off because they are like sort of like Undertale-esque. Oneshot's older. Well, that's even worse then. Okay, well then I'll pivot. Yeah, Machete, wasn't that cool? Nice to see you. Then that's even, you know, my point being that this soundtrack is it's not melodic driven. It's mood and ambiance driven, and it feels like the structure of it. Wow, it's older. I didn't even realize that. That's very interesting. The one thought that I keep having is the darkness throughout this entire soundtrack. The darkness is the thing that we're actually playing, that plays up and we hear more of, you know. This everything kind of has this like sheen of darkness to it, almost as if we're, well, and I mean, look at the image too. I mean, it feels to me like we're shining a light in dark places. Like that is the sort of thematic theme that I'm feeling, which is really interesting. I would say that the music is built to enhance the game feel. I feel like it was never designed to be at the forefront of the equation. Totally, I mean, most soundtracks aren't, but I think it's also healthy for us, and I'm just speaking generally, right? I think it's important for us to listen to things outside of their given context so that then we can reapply it to the context. I think that's something that I think is really effective and really powerful to be done. So I think it's interesting. I'm really glad you're reacting to many of them. I watched the Fuga 3. I think so. It depends on whether or not Moth gives me that. I think so though. Okay, so Oneshot and Undertale were in development at the same time, but it looks like Undertale was 2015 and Oneshot was 2016. So inherently, regardless of that, it's there's a The reason I think people like this soundtrack is because the game makes you feel really attached to the world and characters, and when you listen to the OST, you can relive the experience in a way. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's the general vibe in general. I'm just like sort of spewing as things pop into my brain. I'm just kind of saying them rather than like thinking about what I want to say. As you may know, that is part of my new like sort of modus operandi when it comes to listening to music. I rather than trying to find things to discuss, I want to make sure that I'm just sort of discussing things as they come to me. Also Solstice, yes, we are covering the Solstice soundtrack. So let's that was Phosphor. Let's go to the Prophecy. Yeah, see, I already like this more because there's a beat momentum. I really like the vibes on that one. Again, it doesn't necessarily do anything, but it does at the same time. It's very perplexing because on the one hand, this is like perfect. Again, for the sake of argument, we're just listening to this is a conversation of music. Like we're taking the music out of the game, we're holding it in space, and we're protecting it, and we're talking about it within the bubble that it is. Obviously, it's better in context, right? We can assume. We can assume that that's a given, right? But so for our purposes, oh, nice, Fonzie. You can see the whole thing on my channel. What is that thumbnail? Well, we're combining 2 different games into one, so we decided to make a thumbnail that featured both games. That's pretty self-explanatory, I think. That's what that thumbnail is. So I think what's really cool about this piece is the momentum, the sort of natural tempo that we're constantly moving at, where, again, am I crazy about it? Not especially, but do I appreciate that? Like, I could sit here and be like writing something or studying, and you have that on, and the drone of the same poppy 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 poppy, that coupled with doom doom chuck doom 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 chuck doom 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 chuck doom doom doom. Oh, the Homelander Excel. Oh, that one. That's someone else playing Warframe for the. Where is that? Someone playing Warframe for the first time. Sorry, I thought you were talking about this one, and I was like, well, I feel like it's pretty obvious, but yeah. Sorry, I gave you a spicy answer, Mirai. But in any case, I was like, what the fuck do you mean? Look at this thumbnail. It's so obvious what this is. Yeah, but all that to be said, hold on one second, Mick Bauschaum. It's just a really good concentrated track. It's really good for focus. And in that regard, it's really great. I mean, I think like it delivers on something really satisfying. What was that thumbnail? Shit, where was it? Was it oh man, where was that? It doesn't matter. Anyway, asking about Silent Hill 2 or Resident Evil. Well, you're in luck. I have an entire Silent Hill 2 playthrough on the channel. I also have an entire Resident Evil 4 mostly on the channel. And then I really have a full video essay that really never went anywhere, but it's a great. Honestly, I'm really proud of that particular video essay of Resident Evil 4. So if that's something that interests you, there's a ton of stuff for you on the channel. I didn't do any like individual analyses of the Silent Hill 2 soundtrack, but I did talk a lot about it while playing it. Yes, the stream will be next week if possible. Yeah, no, thank you for asking. All right, let's do Abandoned Factory. Puddin' K's, I'm just doing what's on the list. We have about 69 songs. Hey, so whatever's on here is what's here. Yes, sir. The entire soundtrack. See, here's another example. It's interesting because it marries ambiance. I mean, that technically has melody. That technically has melody. Beam, 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 beam. Are we sitting here thinking that is the most monumental piece of music we've ever heard? No. Do we need to? No. But it's there, you know what I mean? Ooh, let me go and turn on my purple light. What? August 4th? Where'd you see that? Is that a leak? Is there a plan to cover Lullaby of the Manifold? You mean in greater detail than I did at the on the stream on Saturday? We might even do it later today because I might hop into either Warframe or Street Fighter 6 today. So if I can, I'll hop in and do it. All right, let's. What is the minimum for something to be considered a melody? I mean, anything that. I mean, everything. It's melody is a funny thing because okay, rhythm, melody, tempo, and rhythm, melody, tempo, and there's like one more I'm missing, are the fundamental basics of music, period, right? They sure do paint a very evocative picture, absolutely. 1,000,000%. Yeah, there is a VOD. So melody is a fundamental, like it is required. Like there's no way to not include melody and same thing with rhythm. We can't have melody without rhythm. We can have rhythm without melody, which you can sort of say was this particular theme, but at the same time, melody, it's usually, it can be anything. Usually you probably need at least 3 notes, a harmony. Thank you. Although harmony is not necessary, but yes. Yeah. So I would say, you can have a melody with 2 notes, at minimum. 1 note, you can't really go anywhere with, obviously. But even 2 notes, technically that's a melody, right? Now, ideally, it gets more advanced. You know what I mean? Like that was 4 notes because I added 1, but like 3 notes is like probably the ideal, like easiest spot to, really go there with a melody. But in general, yeah, I mean, 2 notes at minimum, but it's going to be incredibly simple. And then obviously it gets way more complex when then you add harmony, you add counter melody, you add, movement, and let me just clarify one word: contrapuntal. Contrapuntal music motion is the general movement of 2 or more melodic lines with respect to each other, which is, so essentially you kind of go like boop, 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 like this, right? Point being that, like, music theory, the counterpoint is the relationship of 2 or more simultaneous musical lines, also called voices, that are harmonically independent of each other. Hey, thank you. So what's up, Arson? All that to say, like, the question, does that answer your question? Ideally 2 notes, but even this abandoned factory piece technically has a melody, right? Okay, let's check out Silver Point. So there we had that. What sounds like a piano in the background playing in a harmony, pivoting in its own direction. So, okay, a couple thoughts on this piece. This was a piece that Kylie wanted me to stop and talk about, and I wanted to listen to the whole thing first before I made some commentary on it. So it's interesting. You all picked up on some really interesting things. Well, I listened to In Stars and Time. Yes. In context of the game, no, probably not. But definitely I'm listening to it in a couple next week actually. So my thoughts are as follows when it comes to Silver Point here. So using the guitar and having this raw kind of naked sound, this is really nice. There's a sort of, I don't know. I think something about the guitar, even though it's on a VST, it's not the actual guitar, right? In the piano, give it like a kind of nakedness that I think make it feel innocent and make it feel pure, and make it feel sort of like childish, right? Innocent, naive, whatever. Now, there's a bit of wandering in this track that I think at first it's kind of like, okay, what's happening? Then as we pick up a little bit in the middle, we pick up tempo. Then we start to get some momentum. And there we start to feel like, because of the momentum, we start to feel like we're taking some sort of action, right? But we revert back to the tempo originally that we started with. And then we add the piano. And the piano plays in that counter harmony, contrapuntal movement that I was mentioning earlier, where we're essentially going in two different lines. It's almost like the piano has its own life, and then the guitar has its own life. And if the case of Oneshot is breaking this fourth wall and interacting with you, the player, perhaps the guitar is actually you, the player, and the piano, which is lighter and smaller because it's in the upper register, so it feels smaller, is actually the character that we're controlling. So there might be some, there's a dance there of responsibility, which I find kind of interesting. Now, it does feel lonely. And part of that is because it's not very musically dense, for better or for worse. And what do I mean by that? Well, there's not a lot going on. Like, it's a very sparse piece. And really, the whole soundtrack has been fairly, and I don't mean this as an insulting kind of way, but it's been kind of basic. It's not trying to do too much to have us connect to it. Now, whether that's because of compositional skill or because of like intention, anybody's guess, right? But my thought is that it's written in a simple way because we want it to be a bridge or a gap, a way to get through a gap to the gameplay experience by having as little as possible to be distracting, if that makes sense. So it's really not so much about the soundtrack so much as it is about our experience with the game, with the soundtrack sort of mixed in. It makes for a challenging listening experience, because it really is simple. And it just is very simple. And it's hard. On the one hand, it's like, I know that in the context, its use is best in context. But listening to it in a sitting like this, it's like, okay, I want to see more of the hand. To me, it feels like the cards are being held really close to the chest, and I want to see what direction we go in. Like, how much can we push this so that we actually are starting to get some true harmonic movement, some true melodic movement. The simplicity of it, in some ways, almost it feels boring, if that makes sense. But yet there is still emotional depths that we can explore within that, if that makes sense. So yeah, trying to find a lot of words there, but I think you understand what I'm saying. So Silver Point is interesting because of the guitar and because we're actually adding the counter movement with the piano in the back. I felt like that back half was the most interesting part. Okay, let's go to A God's Machine. The tick of a clock is rhythmic. Hey, Sartisha, no, I wasn't able to go. Sure was. Huh. Okay, wait. See, that's my prime example. So like that is a absolute ambient track, but it's also interesting because A God's Machine is an interesting title for something. And we have to assume that when titles are being written, they're also being representative of the track that it sounds like, right? So something like A God's Machine, it's a drone. The purpose of that is to continue to move it. You know what I mean? Like there's a bleakness in it. There's a sense of even of adoration in it. There's a sound of there's almost a mystical sound in it as well. Again, it retains that thing of simplicity that, for better or for worse, whether you like that or not, I tend to err on the side of not liking it. But I mean, it feels like when you're in the presence of God's machine, there is the way that the drone continues and the way that the rhythm progresses with that very simple melody. What ends up being predominant is the feeling of like looking upon something with a sense of awe and mesmerization is not a word, but a sense of a feeling of being mesmerized by it, right? It's like, holy shit, look at how big this thing is. It's here. Here's the point. And it's almost like watching workers toil away without any sense of reality of their life, evaporating before your eyes, right? There's a quality in it of discomfort and unknown and dis-ease while also being incredibly simple. You know what I mean? So it's interesting. Let's check out Rowboat. Okay. Yeah. All right. That sounds like rowing a boat. It sounds like rowing a boat. I mean, like, it's weird because it's so incredibly simple. And honestly, I'm not struggling to find things to say about it, but it's definitely not a soundtrack that I would ever listen to out of context. In reality, we can't, because it feels to me like the things that are being done here are specifically and intentionally programmed to be so tightly connected to the gameplay experience. So you ask yourself, well, then is it a waste of time to sit here and listen to this music? I still think no, because even though I'm a person that doesn't know the context, I can still listen to this, process it, digest it, and then go and eventually, because I mean, Oneshot is a game that I've heard nothing but great things about. So I mean, it's definitely something that's like on my radar to eventually play. Who knows when, if ever, right? But like it is really healthy and useful for us to take pieces of music from video games, listen to them, and remove them from the context of the game. Why? So that we can better understand the emotional intentions behind the things that we hear, so that when we go back to the game, or when we pause it and think about the game, we can have a different perspective on it because we listen to the music in isolation. Right? So like, so far, not liked a single track, or like I'm not going to listen to it ever again. You know what I mean? But that doesn't mean that it doesn't have value, right? And it doesn't mean that it isn't worth listening to this stuff out of context. And for those of you that have played this game, I'm kind of wondering what your perspective is on this, because, you know, we're 10 tracks deep, we're about to be, you know, like, how is listening to this for you? You know what I mean? That's what I'm curious about, more so than what I have to say about it. I'm like, okay, well, how is listening to this piece, how is listening to these pieces making you feel? You know what I mean? Let's go to geothermal. Thermal. Just you wait until little cat feet. Yeah, I mean, even this piece, I mean, actually, this is probably the one that I've liked the most of all of them. And I think it's a great point that all of these pieces do have this sort of meditative and almost relaxing and peaceful thing. Like, you could put this on loop for 8 hours and listen to it while you fall asleep and wake up to it and feel rested, right? There's something about a lot of the soundtrack that is meant, rather than to be a complement to action, supposed to be you know, a thoughtful reflection or commentary on the circumstances that our character finds themselves in. So it's kind of interesting. This one was nice because I had a little bit of wandering around in the melody. Like, so that one felt like it was moving towards something, you know, but yeah, I like that. I like that piece probably the most, to be honest. Let's go to Distant. carry so much weight in context, but it sounds like a morning alarm. Listening to the music completely separate like this is very rewarding right now. I realize how something so simple does so much to steer emotion for the game. It's a wonderful lens to think with, 1,000,000%. And I think that's really the scope and the point of any of these OST listens, but also just listening to game music in general on this particular channel. That's really the scope of it all, isn't it? I mean, like the problem is that like when we, and I have some thoughts on this piece as well, when we consider context and we consider the complete package, all of these things are different spokes at the core of what the development team of the game wants to make, right? So we have gameplay, visuals, music, sound design, core, the characters, the art style, the whatever, right? Like 5 or 6 spokes. And so when we take one of those spokes out and we go like this and we look at it, our goal is not to measure whether or not the soundtrack is ultimately good, because arguably there's not a bad, it's not a bad soundtrack because it fits the context of the given game experience, right? Now, we may like certain things more or less, but the goal is to be like, okay, well, what is this providing? Individually, what does this do? How does it make me feel? What are the thoughts I have about a track called Distant that is just a chime with a ton of space in between it, where it just loops and loops and loops and loops and loops? That is the question I ask myself. And then my answer to that is it feels like we're alone. It feels like everything is distant but us in this moment, right? And the essential reasoning is that we don't ever need to be right, but we do need to, if we want to, if we feel up to it that day, the essential thing to do is to ask the questions. You can't actively listen 24/7. It's not possible. You know what I mean? So it's the sort of thing where if we're in the mood to actively listen to something and ask ourselves questions, it doesn't really matter if we're right or wrong. What matters is that we're stimulating our imagination and our thought process to the music at hand, right? And I think like that's really important. I think a lot of times people get hung up on that context is king. And while it certainly is king to a degree, I would also say that it's healthy and beneficial to also remove context and maybe even attach different context and hold the music in. Music is really malleable, is what I'm trying to say. Sorry, I'm like waffling there. Music is really malleable. It's like putty. We can mold it. It's like, you can shape it, you can twist it, you can squeeze it, you can stretch it, you can whatever. And obviously, when it fits over the game, it's a perfect fit, right? It's a round ball and you fit the whole thing around it. But when you're just holding it, it snaps back. It's this little tiny thing, right? And so it can fit over the microphone. It can fit on this can of water. It can put it over our heads and all this other stuff. So that's why we do this. Am I enjoying this soundtrack out of context? Not especially. I find it a little bit too obtuse, a little bit too spacious, a little bit too meandering. There's not a cohesiveness to it that I'm finding a little bit frustrating to listen to. Not in a bad way, but like I'm still enjoying listening to it. But it's like I'm never going to put this on in the car, let's say. But also, does it need to pass the car test in order to be good? No, it doesn't. And it's all down to personal taste and stuff, and what I like versus what you like versus what they like versus what that person over there likes, right? But I think right now, what I find interesting about it is how when I was at Des Moines Metro Opera, the general director of the company said, you have to find one thing about each singer you hear that you like. And there was a wide range of singers there of varying degrees of talent. And they took a lot of different and diverse talent because they wanted people to learn. Some people were at the upper echelon. Some people were in the middle. Some people were at the very bottom, at the very beginning of their journeys. But the point was, let's all put you in a room so you can learn from each other. And if you're too cocksure, then you'll never actually learn what someone who's just starting might actually be able to teach you. And in vice versa, a person who's at the very bottom of the rung may learn a lot from people at the middle and definitely from people at the high. And so, you're hearing me say I don't really like the soundtrack out of context, and I do feel that way. However, there's always one good thing. And that good thing to me in this particular case is the meditative quality of each individual piece. It's delivering a promise of setting a scene and setting an emotional context for me to connect to. A feeling of vastness, a feeling of trepidation, a feeling of trying to find the answers to questions that I have, a feeling of workmanship, a feeling of reverence. All of those are totally valid. And even though they may or may not be right within the given context specifically, they are still interesting to think about, right? Absolutely. You could argue that the sparse and vague emptiness of the soundtrack early on reflects the protagonist's confusion and feelings of being. 1,000,000%. Does the music affect emotion more? Or does emotion affect music more? I think it's kind of a circle. One of those circles where the arrows kind of follow each other. That's kind of, in my mind, that's what music does. Because we only have so many words to dictate and indicate specifically what we mean when we say them. Music does something different. Music takes emotion and it presents it where words fail. There's a famous quote like where words fail, where words end, music begins, or something. I made that up. I don't know if that's true. Where words end, where words fail, music, I don't know. Point is, if I feel lonely, I say the word lonely to you, and you may say to yourself, oh, I know what it feels like to be lonely. But if I play this for you, do you see how if you attach loneliness to this musical idea, whether or not it's lonely or not, the word lonely feels amplified? You suddenly understand what that loneliness might feel like to me in this particular moment. 1 or 2, chat, you tell me. But the point is, like, for me anyway, that's how I feel. So it's like I hear this. Do I think it's an interesting track? Do I think that it does a great job of showcasing the feeling of loneliness? Yes. Right? The word loneliness can only get us so far. The music is what takes it to the next level. I hope that makes sense. Let's listen to Into the Light. This is nice. This is nice. Hey, Adamori. This feels like potential, doesn't it? It feels like beginning something. It feels like, here we go. This is our moment. This is an opportunity to witness a great change. This is a moment to embrace a new beginning. This is a moment to capture something very gently. You know what I mean? It's very interesting how it's gentle. It's a gentle hope, you know, a slight feeling of possibility. And in that case, repetitive and the same pattern over and over and over. But it does a great job of sending home the idea of hope. Just a little bit, you know? Totally. It's the sad ending of eating pancakes. Don't spoil it. Yeah, that's nice. Oops. Yeah, that one's nice. Okay, or we can just keep playing. That one's nice. That one, that's the Self-Contained Universe reprise. That one feels very like, it's a universe of love. It's a universe of peaceful tranquility. It's a universe of simplicity. It's a universe of you know, a hand held, if you will. There's a real gentleness in that sound. It's nice. I think this soundtrack is very pared back. And while I'm mentally always seeking and wanting it to be more, whether it's more dense, more melodic, more rhythmic, I think that its simplicity is actually its greatest highlight or the greatest strength in a way, because it doesn't we're not going into crazy harmony, we're not going into dense melodic patterns, we're not going into all the stuff that you can kind of hide behind. And now listen, I mean, someone if I were to present this to a non-gamer or a classical musician, they would say, well, that's incredibly simple and very boring. It's pretty, but it's not really doing anything. It's not sophisticated, it's not complex, it's not, and I think it's just a question of where you put your value. Do we only value complex things? Do we only value things that are, esoteric and deep and full of dark emotional landscapes and tons of instrumentation? Or can we also take this and say, okay, well, look, listen to this. This has character, it has personality, it has soul, it has a desire to be expressed and heard. Like those are key important things. So again, don't mind me. I'm just kind of ranting about what I'm hearing and also dealing with my own feelings of like or dislike. But I find the conversation kind of interesting. And furthermore, do we need complexity in order to deliver something? You know what I mean? Can it just be three lines? Or in that case, just like 4 little repetitive things? Can it be? Who's to say it can't be? You know what I mean? I wonder in the other direction, our emotions are complicated, but they're simple emotions. Well, it depends. Again, it's words. It's. I feel like it's word choices, and I think about this a lot. And honestly, like, okay, we're trying to save the world, and we have one shot to do it. Great. So in that regard, it's sort of connected because it's like, well, is it? Well, hold on. Let me say my thought. So it's like words dictate the different shades of emotion, right? So instead of saying I have anxiety, you could say I'm flummoxed. Instead of saying I'm afraid, you could say I'm concerned. You know, all of these things, well, concern, worry, these are what, if you open up a thesaurus, these kinds of words overlap, right? Like there's 18 different ways to say you're scared, but all of them are different gradients of fear, right? There's a million different ways to say I'm happy. But happy, sad, afraid, and angry are the core ingredients of any person, right? And then around those things, you open up the orange and you get all the different subspokes of all the different ways and all the different possibilities of a certain word, right? True synonyms are incredibly rare. Yeah, I'm not surprised. Yeah, totally. But so with music, again, it's like all of us come to even a little piece like this, and can come up with 18 different ways to describe the same thing because there's no true one right answer. And again, it goes back to that concept of context that I feel very strongly about, that even though the context is the truth, there is no truth when it comes to the own personal interpretation of the experience of listening to music. And I firmly believe that. I firmly believe that there is no truth, except for the context, to what we feel. And so you may say that this piece is about movement or about getting from point A to point B. You could also say this moment in this music is about hopefulness or willing to take a step forward, or the trepidation and being comforted. None of those are necessarily correct, but they're also not necessarily wrong. And I think that's a really important thing to experiment, to sit with. You all who have played this know the context. You are married to the context because the context is something you've witnessed and experienced. So naturally, your ear and your eye, it's kind of like when you read a novel that you've seen the movie of. Fellowship of the Ring, whenever I read it, I can't help but see Elijah Wood. I can't. And Viggo Mortensen. That's who I see. Doesn't matter how they're described in the book. That is what I see when I read Lord of the Rings. That context is that. So my thought is, listening to us different, but well, I don't know what my thought is. I lost my thought. I don't know what my thought is. My thought is that, context being attached. So in music, we have a little bit of flexibility where we can use our mind's eye to create a different visual. And we can do that with reading as well. Obviously, movies are probably the only thing we can't really do that in because it's all a visual medium. But even still, we can take Howard Shore and we can take the Fellowship of the Ring or the Shire song. That can mean a lot of different things. It can be love. It can be thankfulness. It can be friendship. It can be,
Made it to the stream. Hope you have a good week.
Hey, Callie, what's up? Thank you so much for sponsoring this stream. I know that everyone in here is also very appreciative. Citizen Sleeper, I've heard great things. Thank you for supporting the stream. And we've been having I think a very nice conversation about what music is and context and all that. So hopefully everyone's having a good time. To sleep. That's true. Yeah, absolutely. Hey, Julian, I haven't watched that. See you, Kelly. I should watch that. Maybe later today if I hop on Warframe. I'm noticing this again. It is more in line with a meditative experience versus a movement and forward momentum idea, right? Like, again, all of this is just one giant loop, very simple in its structure, very barely a melody. It's very laid back, and it really isn't the star of the show. It really is a direct aid to the contextual experience. This one was about sleeping. Well, there you go. It works. It works because the repetition and the sort of dulcet kind of drone, essentially, it's restful, to dream. Same thing, but with a different instrumentation. Hey, Akagi, no, we're starting up with Oneshot right now. Yeah, it's interesting how to dream and to sleep, similar, and yet two different. Two different things. Very interesting. Flooded ruins. Let me grab this so that I don't have to, 1 second. Just grabbing a sticky. Again, it has the same drone. It's. I will say it is hard to. This is my new era, chat. By the way, okay, so just roll with me. It's my new era of having more strong opinions, and hopefully no one gets mad about it. You wouldn't believe how hard it is to not be a people pleaser. It is definitely like a thing that is everyone I think deals with, and I'm in my era of it, but ever so slightly more publicly than that I would have ever expected. But it's interesting. It's all very chill. The problem is it's very easy to tune out from while listening to it in a vacuum. And I would say that is my biggest issue with listening to this right now, is that all of it is sort of samey, and all of it sort of feels a little bit too placid. Like it's not, I feel like it doesn't always go anywhere. It's like, okay, yeah, like it's not like I hate it. I don't hate it. I'm enjoying listening to it for what it is, but I would love it if like it just did something. You know what I mean? Like, I think that's why I liked the geothermal piece, because it had like some movement. It had like some melody. Like a lot of it just feels kind of this like amorphous. But again, that being said, very peaceful, very flooded ruins. Obviously, there's a feeling of old age. There's a feeling of cavernness in it. There's a feeling of there's a lot of stretch in it. All that's totally present in that. And so, I mean, I do feel like we're in a situation of a flooded ruins of a time, of a bygone era, a time gone by. That's very on the nose there. So I don't have a problem with that. But it's just like a melody, just anything to hold on to so that it's actually memorable for me sitting here. You know what I mean? That's the only problem sometimes with listening to things out of context. Do I feel like it's worth it? I think by now you understand that yes, I do. So regardless of any criticisms I have out of context, the real question would be, okay, well now let's take everything we've heard and let's smack it onto the context. And now what do we feel? That's a compelling discussion. And I wish I had more time to do that. I wish I had time in my ideal world. I wish I had time to listen to every single soundtrack I've ever heard and be like, okay, I just heard this context. I just heard this out of context. Let me smack this onto the context and then film a video from point A to point B. What's the difference? A great video, but it takes entirely too long. There's just too much. You know what I mean? Yeah, anyway. Alula. That's pretty. This is very nice. I love that little tune. I love that little tune. I really liked that. That took everything I just said and said, shut the fuck up. That's what it said. It said that. It was like, watch. Okay. Children of the Ruins. Yeah, totally. I like that. Jesus Christ. I like that. I liked Children of the Ruins a lot because I felt like it took what we heard from Alula and it extrapolated it in a bit of a big way. Like it felt very tender and very earnest, and it felt very much like we were privy to something very special. You know, we were connecting to possibility. There was something very intimate about that song that I thought was really nice and very. It was a very thoughtful piece on I don't know, like hope. There were moments that I felt like, you know, we're all in this together. Like let's connect. Like let's be here because, like, you know, like life is great and, like, you know, I know that things are not ideal, but I really feel that this is good. You know, like we have a chance to really change things. There was a lot of hope in that sound in Children of the Ruins. A lot of feelings of possibility in that I thought were really lovely and I thought really were handled really well as well. And again, that was a slightly more complex piece than and while it was repetitive, it just put me at ease where it's like, again, I'm telling you, the one shot, you put this on while you're working some of these pieces from this playlist, and actually you'd probably be extremely productive Hey, thanks, Wookie. Appreciate that. If you haven't listened to the whole thing, it's over on YouTube. Definitely check it out. I love To the Moon. All right, Pretty Bad. Yeah, clearly. Disregard this sound. Never mind, you didn't hear it. Yeah, the distortion, obviously, it's very uncomfortable. Let me just get my notes. Okay, yeah. On Little Cat Feet. Wow, okay. We're just gonna stop really. Oh, it's almost over. Actually, hold on. Oh, wait. Yeah, I like this. See this defies any of the complaints I had previous, where I felt like it wasn't doing anything and it kind of just was amorphously kind of like a blob there, just super present. This one actually had drive, it had momentum, it had a sense of urgency in it. It also had a mixture of two different kinds of emotions. One was a sense of desperation, the other was a sense of hope, and the other one was a sense of stress. So a mixture of all three of those things wrapped together in a bow and presents you with this, where it feels like, okay, I gotta do this, I gotta get going, I gotta move, I gotta take responsibility, or like really double down and commit to this thing. And I think like that to me was very good, and probably the best song on the soundtrack so far. It's definitely the one that I've listened to that I was like, yeah, that's really nice. It's pretty. It's simple still, but it actually like goes somewhere, and it feels structurally very complex, and I feel like that's the kind of stuff that I look for, where I'm like, okay, this is a good soundtrack standing on its own. A piece like that. Nice forward momentum. I really enjoyed on Little Cat Feet, and it really feels like it really has like a sense of purpose, and it's very motivating even just to listen to. It's like, come on, dig in, let's go, so it's really, really pretty on that one. That one's really pretty. I really liked that. this one really has the potential to be something bigger. There's a sadness in this track that I wanted to go ba-da, bi-da, dia, ba-da-da-da-da, and it just doesn't. It goes back down. It's just that constant repetition there. Again, I mean, I understand the point of the repetition, but it's like, man, I could see it just evolving into this piece about like watching something slip through your fingers, or watching something. There's a sense of like indoors, and again, the question is, okay, well, we're inside, we're indoors. Is this a place of peace? Is it a place of distress? Is it a place of anxiety? And it's like, da, da, da. And I just wanted to go into that extra little space of deep, like, come on, drive yourself forward. You can do it. And it doesn't get there. It's very frustrating, but it's still very placid at the same time. So it has this degree of anxiety within it, this sense of like, digging deep, but at the same time, and like a loss and like an impossible situation to overcome. And yet, I don't know if that's right, but like that's how I feel. And it's like, it's just not quite there. What ends up happening is it starts feeling just meandery. It starts to just feel like it's just going in a big circle without a purpose. And the thing is, like, when we want music to showcase an emotion. We want music to be our shepherd, our guide, our Sherpa through the experience. It's really pretty. It's such it's good. It has this like sliver of like deeply thoughtful. It's right there. Dark Stairwell. Oh, that's a good point. Waiting. If a lack of extra is intentional, waiting for a catharsis that never comes, it's totally possible. And it's obviously totally ambient. Ooh, that's like legit scary, actually. See, that's a great. Oops. Hold on 1 second. The playlist disappeared. That one's really uncomfortable. And obviously just like a real powerful sound of almost like the darkness stretching. It's very disheartening and very like a demon looking up at you, and it's very uncomfortable. It's very uncomfortable. Sonder. I know we listen to Indoors. Yeah, I mean, again, it's a cluster of notes. Ta 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 ta. Can you say that's a melody? Hard to say. For me, it's more ambiance there. Pretty nice day, huh? I cannot tell you how happy I am to hear a metal. I'm so happy. I love it. I'm so happy to hear a melody line. I'm so happy to hear samba. Oh, praise be. Is that a Shenpai emo on Twitch? That's funny. I don't know them, but I know what their icon looks like. Love it. Love it. That is so lovely. So lovely. How much impact would I say the title has? I would say that titles usually are pretty good guides for like the emotional like perspectives. So like, pretty nice day, huh? Well, okay. Doesn't take a rocket scientist to think that this one's really about just totally spending time with out in the sun or like basking in a nice peaceful environment with friends. You know what I mean? Like there's a sense of tranquility in it that is really nice. Because also the tempo is not super fast, so it's not doom dak doom dum doom doom dak doom gat doom dak. It's not. It's ba bria da ya da ya. Da dee da dee da dee da. So there's a smile in it. You feel like listening to the OST on its own doesn't quite do it justice. This is one of those games where you need to play the game for it to make sense. Well, you better yell at Callie for suggesting it. Spending their hard-earned money on the Oneshot OST. Oneshot uses sparse instrumentation of much of the game. Quiet time, fragile. Yeah, 1,000,000%. I mean, that's definitely the vibe I've received as well, and I do think it works. In that case, it works extremely well. When I say thank God for a melody, obviously I'm being a little bit hyperbolic and a little bit, being funny or not funny, I guess, to a degree. I'm just being dramatic. But that being said, I think it's good to listen to something out of context as well. Although, yes, of course, I feel as though I agree with you that in general there are certain games that just benefit from the contextual experience, and this one feels very much married to that context, which is good, and as it should be, right? But I also think like, okay, let's listen and take away from it what we will, and Oneshot is definitely on my list of eventual playthroughs, and it's intriguing, and a little cat feet ground. I really like that on little. I really like that melody. I wish it went up actually, which is interesting. I wish it did that, but it's okay. Really pretty, and in both versions, lovely. I mean, really, really happy with both those. That one and Pretty Nice Day were those three are my favorites so far. And I guess Geothermal is back now. All right, Library Stroll. Definitely felt like walking, but like in a happy place. Library. The library was a happy place to walk in through. Simple secrets. Actually, I love the bass here. It's pretty nice. Boom, 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 boom. Factory. Obviously, it's a place of production. I mean, the sound there, you know, it's busy. But again, I mean, all of it just seems really broken. Like there's a constant feeling of like nothing is alive. Everything's sort of dead. The sound is all very like kind of like it doesn't have a live quality to it, which is really interesting. A nice melody there. In the left hand, so to speak. all of it pretty super sparse. Again, super sparse. Really pretty. Really pretty. The pieces are getting a little less repetitive. Yeah, I would say so. Let's go to the tower. It's so... That sounds like water. Using the xylophone marimba for water makes sense. Body, 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 body. Yeah, so... That's distant. I believe so. Is it? I guess so, because distant water. Yeah, I mean, I think what I'm starting to discover the further we go in. Now we're about halfway through, right? Yo, what's up? What I'm finding is that each of these pieces, the arc of this is really about space. Not space, the final frontier, but space, the vastness, the emptiness, right? There's a real isolated quality in all of this that I am starting to find pretty interesting, despite the fact that I wish it would go somewhere and do something, right? I feel like, come on, I feel like the stick, come on, do something. But at the same time, it's very rooted in what it wants to be, which is kind of interesting to me. I think this is just a repetition, so. Okay, Nico and the World Machine. I've heard this before. And I think this is one of those moments where that simplicity that we've heard for the entire soundtrack so far really, really, really works. Like there's a unique feeling of gentleness in that piece. It's almost like Nico and the World Machine. To me, this piece is really about, embracing a challenge, right? This track is really about like gentleness. This track is really about like, hey, mister, I'll be your friend. I know some people were saying mister in the chat. Like there's this feeling of like trust and belief in oneself, but it's all very gentle, right? It's all very like, come on, man, you can do it. There's like just this real warmth in it that is very, very pleasant. And I think the reason why this is so pleasant is two different things. Number one is the ostinato. Dee da dee da dee da dee da dee da dee da. Number one. Number two, the melody. Da dee da yum ba dee da ya da dee da dee. But do you see how imperative those two things are? And there, within those two things, we have magic. Something very simple, very elegant, very gentle. And yet those key words wouldn't be there without the rhythm and the melody and the ostinato and all this stuff. Like, I was listening to Sonic Unleashed with my fiance yesterday. It was because I'm prepping a video for Sonic Unleashed, finally. And I was like, what do you think of this soundtrack? What does this make you feel? And she's like, oh, I don't know. It just sounds it's really energetic. And I go, well, okay, well, what kind of feelings do you think come from it? And she was like, well, blah, 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 blah. And I realized that, like, for me, when there's a melody involved, it's so easy to just grab a word and be like, this is what it means. This is what it feels, right? And it's cool. It's cool how, it's very easy when you are listening to something enough, you just grab it and like it can be within the realm of reality, right? Does it make you feel this? Does it make you feel that? And it's just all those questions. I'm here. Take care. Okay, it meanders a little bit. Interesting. Uh-oh. Dissonance. Why? What are you shopping for, Ben? had that interesting mix of both seriousness and like danger, and also like this sense of peace, almost as if something was approaching, you know, like something bad was coming, but it was like almost the good was being suppressed or overshadowed by the bad. And it was very interesting because there was some dissonance in there. I was like, why is there dissonance? Huh. All right, pretty. Whoa. I think this must be like we're like turning off the internet or turning on the computer or something. There's finally this moment of like, okay, here we go. Oh, this is gonna hurt bad, isn't it? I don't know. I hope I can manage. You know what I mean? Like, son. Okay, self-contained universe. I really appreciate the drum set in here. This momentum is quite nice. I feel like, in a way, it kind of feels like we're saying goodbye. Okay. Very pretty. Thanks for everything. Oh, wow. Da, 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 da. Da, da, da. Yeah, it's very you know what? It's interesting. So if we go all the way back to the beginning discussion about repetition and simplicity. In actuality, at this stage, I still think that while it is maybe all of it is a little bit too repetitive and a little bit too not expansive enough for my personal taste, what I would say is that right now this simplicity is just perfect for the sense of purity and the sense of like appreciate. I mean, the title says thanks for everything, and it's like this almost like blessing, this sort of like thank you so much. You know, like it's very tender, it's very intimate, and I think in that case, having very minimal music and very minimal sound is actually an ideal circumstance because there's nothing to hide behind. So this is something where the more simple, the better it works, and it works incredibly well in this particular instance to have it be stripped away and super pared back. Let's check out the one-shot trailer. So this is just the trailer setting up the experience, I would assume. This is back when things were not so good. So this is like a natural, gradual build, which showcases drama and tension. That's very nice. That little cat feet on little cat feet, but a little bit more. I like that. That was one of my favorites of the soundtrack, and it's in the damn trailer. It's like a heartbeat, isn't it? Yeah, it's interesting. It's called countdown. You literally hear ba 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 ba. Just the constant stability of that countdown, of the ticking clock, right? It's time to fight crime. Yeah, I like that. That's the battle theme. Clearly, I mean, it's good. It's interesting how the back half of this is in the electric guitar and stuff is all the way in the background versus being in the foreground. But I like how also too we get the sort of computer bit sound front forward. Is almost as if like, because we're almost like we're inside of I'm pretty sure we're inside of a computer. I can't remember exactly how it works, but like it's pretty interesting how that's the sound that dominates it. So let's move over to the DLC Oneshot Solstice Prelude. Okay, very light. Again, I mean, just empty. It's almost like it really is almost unlistenable. Almost unlistenable outside of context. The music being far back like that feels like it's like a distant dream of something, you know. Whereas like something that's just no longer available to us. Especially with the sound, right? The sound of yeah. It's a very far away, kind of. It's weird because it's reverent. Like there's a bit of like, it's not super scary, but it's very like, It just feels like a dead place, a place where no one goes, a place that's very empty, a place of hollowness again. Almost like you go in there and there's this like sort of mystical statue or something. All right, vestige. I like this. I like this little track. There's two things that I really liked on this track. Bam body tum biam, bam body tum pum. Really like that little repetitive pattern. Something about that was very warm, very familiar. You know, there's a familiar essence in that little melodic pattern. Ba da dee bum biam. It's very nice. I do like that. Let's go to Sonder Extended. Da dee da dee da dee. It's so, again, but like that piece is also just kind of like, all I can really say about that particular piece is just how open it is, you know? Ba-dee-da-bee-da-dee. I just wish it had a little bit more meat on its bones. It's a little bit too sparse for my taste. Out of protocol. It sounds like a didgeridoo back there. A disturbed, twisted, like damaged, dangerous, you know, sort of bleak, broken, all these different words apply. It's just a lot of ambience. See, that's pretty. That's pretty to me. Like that has like such such a sense of drive there. The piece is called Panic, and you feel like it's just a repetitive pattern. It's just so Philip Glass, you know. See, like that's repetitive, but it has motion to it, and I really like that. And I also like that it was piano, because the piano gives it a sense of like, oh shit, you know, there's a sense of like the like being alone in this panic, which is a terrifying feeling, you know, collapse. And okay. This one's great too. Has like a ticking clock sensation to it almost. Man, see, that one was nice because it felt like Collapse, obviously, but it's very pretty, isn't it? It's very elegant, even though like Collapse feels like it's like, you know, pressing against itself and squeezing shut. There's a sense of running and a sense of momentum there that I really liked. Navigate extended. That's nice. This would be peaceful. This would be peaceful if it wasn't for this. First of all, the trumpet underneath gives the tone of like, it's actually like oppressive kind of. Ba ba, right? Also it's spinning. It's an undulator sort of movement, you know? It's always rotating. You notice that? It's just like a big circle almost. Alright, 51, the first universe. So this is pretty. Feels like reaching. Boppy, boppy, bop. Oh wow, go up like that. That's nice. Ba, 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 ba.
Caught up to the stream. And what a track to land on.
Thank you, Kelly. Appreciate that very much. You don't have to do all that, dude. Appreciate that, though. Thank you. That's on top of the previous donation that they've given in order to get the stream happening at all. Hold on. Whoa. Okay, wait. Whoa. Aviator. Okay, that has my attention. But to go back to the first universe, the thing that strikes me about that piece is love. The sound in that feels very gentle. Feels very like the love you feel towards a pet. There's an innocence in it. There's a naivete in it. There's a wholesome quality in that. Like I need you and I look after you essence to it. You know, it's very protected. It's like the love of a parent to their child. You know, and upper register stuff, there's a gentility in it. There's a quality of peace and rest and gentle and a quality in that of like protection. I've got you. You know what I mean? I'm looking out for you. I value the space that you share with me. That's the sound emotionally to me when I hear that. Oh yeah, Callie, no worries. It's not like I'm shitting on the soundtrack or anything. There's always something to find that's nice. I appreciate that. No stress. I'm looking forward to In Stars in Time because I've heard nothing but great things about the game itself. So no stress. I you know, like I said, I'm turning a new leaf and I'm choosing to be honest regardless and in spite of. You know, I feel like positive and negative thoughts both have merit depending on how they're said and why they're said. And I have no you know, I have I have no negative bone in my body. I'm just based on what I hear and you know what I'm bringing to the table in this particular moment. That those are some of the thoughts I have on it. I have more thoughts, but I'll save those for the end. Oh, that's nice. That's very nice. That's very nice. I like that. I like that. It's very warm, you know? It's like, come on. We're going to do this together, you know? There's a sense of unity in it that's really lovely. I really like that piece. That piece was very cute. You know, that's one thing I would say is that like this game's soundtrack stays within a certain threshold and it's all very like lovely and gentle. All right, the 11th hour. Yep, I like it. That's nice. Oh, nice double down. Oh, that's interesting. Yes, I like that a lot. Here's a couple thoughts. So, a few things that I noticed that I really, really appreciated was the constant repetitive rhythm. Ba dee da 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 dee. So, what we get there is the sense of motivation, sense of drive, sense of focus, sense of determination and focus. I already said determination, so I'm repeating myself. But what you notice is that in the bottom half of that piece, you're getting a constant rhythm and you're getting a constant melody. Da dee da dee da dee da dee da. That's a melody and a rhythm and a momentum and a movement that keeps us on our toes, keeps us moving forward. Now, in the right hand, you get this sort of like meandering thing. But what it does is it aids and it kind of launches off of the bass line. And I think it really is just nice. It's a great piece. It's a great piece of feeling committed to something. It's like doubling down on an agenda and saying, you know what? I'm really, 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 really going to do this. I'm determined. I'm focused. I'm committed. I am honoring myself by pursuing this outcome. And so it's almost like the bass in some ways is actually the star of that musical show, while the right hand is all the different thoughts and feelings and emotions that fly out at different points. But what I like about this, and what I think that the 11th Hour does better than pretty much the rest of the soundtrack for me in this vacuum, is it produces something that has direction, momentum, energy, melody, and focus. And all of it is very, very, very good. I really enjoyed that very much. That was probably the best sound piece of the soundtrack, I would say. Yeah. Let's check out Rue. So we've heard that piece, but then it's that same motif that we heard, I think, in 11th Hour, right? So there's that slowed down sort of like, you know, who are we really? There's like a question that takes place there with the slowdown, which is really lovely. The author. Okay, similar. So we're in an environment where everything is connected. So we have all these different threads that all lead back to one place, it feels like. It's like the hub of the universe. Yeah, just the sound of optical cables. There's like it's all the world machine. It's like all gathered around this hub encounter. This feels like that's lovely. That's very pretty. That's very elegant. You know, I will say what I've heard today, the piano pieces are definitely the best in my opinion. Some of the piano pieces are really lovely and complex in how they're played, even though they sound basic. Solstice. The music box choice is also really interesting, I think. See here, even here, there's a bit of drive. You can't even really tell if you're not paying attention. This is really nice. Key change there up. I like that. That felt like a natural just natural build that like sort of it arrived at this like emotional core of like a feeling. It was just lovely. You know, if you know what it is, it feels like looking at a child or engaging with like a child and like the innocence of that, the innocence of life. Like, right. It's like an almost like remember when. This is so elegant. Very, 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 very peaceful. Huh. Okay. Yeah, I reach out. More often than not. Hold on now. I actually think this is the best track in the soundtrack. There's like 6 absolute great pieces of music in here that are just lovely without the context. I really like this. Which ones? I'll tell you later when we're finished. Oh, thanks, Jetstream. Oh, I didn't realize there were 100 plus of you in here. What's up, guys? Sorry, I don't have my I turn off my numbers because I don't need to know if there's like 30 people or 100 or 1,000. How are you guys doing? Thanks for coming in and listening to Oneshot. Hopefully, I haven't been too harsh on the soundtrack. It's the era of honesty. I really liked Sunrise. That was a very special track. That one was light, bright, breezy, very warm, very affectionate, very gentle, and really, really encapsulated, I think, the idea of like waking up in the morning for the first time and like knowing you have a full day ahead of you. But like, it's like waking up, the sun is shining. There's like a sense of peace in the air. You know, you can feel those things. I thought that delivered that in a big way. Memory. Or in memory, excuse me. It's the same track, but more pared back. Oh, good, okay. Epilogue. I like that we chose to use a bassoon in this one. I like also the bum beam pyam bum pyam bum beam pyam pyam bum beam pyam. Super elegant, really simple. But in this case, the ostinato and the arpeggiation help to deliver like a consistent soundscape throughout the whole thing. It's just really lovely and very it was like yeah, like a night theme. Yeah, like it was busy, but like not as busy as like a day where there's an up tempo and stuff. All right, this is inventory. I wish I could, Laura, but I have to keep going with Ib. Or Ib, excuse me. That's interesting. Not expecting that from an inventory screen. But it's probably not an inventory screen to begin with. Simple secrets. First flight. Okay, I'm expecting it to sound like it's soaring. Oh, that's nice. Hey, Netter, how are you? All good. How are you? You thought my video froze? No. What's up, Whiskey? How you doing? I was just contemplating. All right. What's next? The simulation, huh? Thanks, Whiskey. Appreciate that. You can watch the full version on the channel if you haven't seen it yet. Thank you. I like that. That's great. This is what I'm talking about. Really nice momentum. Ooh, Ghost in the Machine again. I like that. These are very good. For Patreon, songs are the Tosca tier, and then it goes up from there. I know it's a little steep, but the reasoning is because I was getting inundated, actually, which is a great problem to have. This is nice too. And I actually asked the current patrons if they were okay with upping the price, and the majority said yes. So we ended up just keeping it at the rate that it is. And then I didn't think there would be any interest in paying for a full soundtrack, because I had a tier for a little while and no one signed up for it. So I was like, okay, well, no one wants that. And then I lowered it, and then all of a sudden there was a lot of interest. But I'm also really bad at actually like promoting that stuff. Maybe I should more. Probably should more actually. Yeah. So that's why the price is where it is. Really nice. Really nice, really gentle as well. Happily ever after. I like the drum pattern a lot. In general, yeah, I would say that the front half of this, I have thoughts. Well, I'll wrap it up in a second before popping over to Ebe. Very nice. And then Nico's theme. That's cute. Very playful. Very playful. Very silly. Okay. So we've just wrapped up all of One Shot and then the Solstice DLC. And I have feelings on it. It is not what I would call a sexy soundtrack. And what do I mean by that? Well, I mean it's a soundtrack that is not there for frills and thrills and getting you like up out of the edge of your seat, and that you're gonna like it has staying power within the given context. And what I mean by that is that like it really serves a purpose incredibly well. Like it is written and designed to be with the narrative, right? And so what ends up happening, I think, is that when we listen to it out of context, it is boring. It struggles to keep attention. It is slow. It is spacious. It is sort of amorphous. Okay. Those are negatives, theoretically, but they're also massive positives. And I say that because this is helping us to understand the story and the space and the deserted quality of this story, right? Like this is clearly a piece of isolation, a piece of coming together in a sort of like in a sense of loss, because then as time progresses, as was mentioned to me anyway, as time progresses, we end up getting tracks that are deeply insightful and interesting and methodical and full of life and breath and we move away from an ambient sound and we move towards a melodic focus, which now, that being said, did I like most pieces? I would say arguably no. I didn't enjoy most of the pieces. Did I find ones that really stuck out to me? 1,000,000%. Going all the way back, the pieces that I felt I enjoyed the most in a listening context, not in a gameplay let's be clear, because there's two different things. I would pretty much like all the soundtrack in a game experience context. But in like a strictly listening, for me, Silver Point, actually the ones that Callie suggested I talk about in more detail, which hopefully I did. Silver Point, Geothermal. I thought To Sleep was very pretty. Children of the Ruins was lovely. Little Cat Feet was great. Pretty Nice Day, huh? I made the joke about melody, but I did really mean that in a way. That was great. So what?
3
5
lost songs, 2 reprises, 3.
What are you saying? First of all, thank you. Are you saying the 3 last songs are just reprises of this? What do you mean by that? I don't want to make any mistakes. But thank you. I really liked It's Time to Fight Crime, the battle theme. I thought Countdown actually was a really interesting piece. Because of the literal like ticking clock heartbeat pattern that I really liked. Callie's very generous with their money. Not to mention how much they've paid for this particular thing. And then I really enjoyed. Oh, the last 3 songs, 2 are reprises and 1 is unique. My brain didn't even put that together. I really liked Panic. And I also really loved the 11th Hour. 11th Hour is probably one of the standout tracks, if not the standout track. I'm trying to think. Oh, Sunrise, and I think Sunrise may have been my favorite. I think it's really lovely, and I think this is a soundtrack where we can't really lean into we can listen to the OST for the sake of itself, but I really don't think that it does a service to listen to it in that way. I think if I enjoyed every major song, I probably would agree with you. Yes, I think so. So I think, as a soundtrack, I think at times it felt like the composer had a limited amount of ideas to present. That's probably not true. It probably was intentional, because as we move forward into the Solstice DLC and into the latter tracks, there was a fullness in the writing that was really nice. it's just also with games like this, sort of these types of games, I think like there's a lot of focus on the combining of all the forces, narrative, musical, and so on and so forth, to create a really cohesive package, especially in the case of Oneshot, which based on my understanding. So yeah, overall, like I'm really happy I heard it. I'll tell you that much. There were moments where I was super bored. I'll admit it. There were times where I was super like, okay, but none of the tracks are too long either. So it's not like you're lingering over something. And also I did some skipping when I realized it was repeating. But overall, the highs were really nice. The highs were high, and the lows felt kind of low. But overall, it was really nice to listen to this from start to finish. So thank you, Callie, for suggesting this soundtrack, and thank you, chat, for letting me be very open and I guess critical, hopefully not too harshly, over my own personal opinions on listening to something out of context. Obviously, it's as another first-time listener, I don't think those major songs would have hit as hard if not contrasted with the more introspective, meditative moments. Yeah, 1,000,000%. And in fact, they were little like oases of space, I think, that were really nice. So overall, though, I mean, it doesn't deter me from wanting to play the game. If anything, it makes me want to play the game more. And there's something to be said for, pieces like this that are so connected to their context that almost listening to them outside of it strips away the je ne sais quoi, the magic of it. And I think that there's something to be said for that, All right, we're going to move over to Ibe, if that's how you pronounce it. Quick little soundtrack here. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. Yeah, for sure. Let's hop over to Ebe. Oh, excuse me, Ebe. Let's move over to Ebe and let's check out. Again, I have no idea what the full Eve is, so we'll pop into, Eve, like Eve. Let's pop over to Dining Room. And thank you, Callie, again.
Loving your Wind Waker playthrough? Also Ib hype.
Callie, why you just throwing cash at me? Thank you, brother. I appreciate that. I really like the piano here immensely. And thank you. I hope you're enjoying that. Callie's like, I got some spare cash. So let me give it to this poor desperate streamer. A 2D exploration adventure game set in a creepy, mysterious art gallery. It's very intriguing, actually. Well, I really like that. Yes, it went up. Oh, it's such a nice feeling. It sounds like Chopin. Hey, Lanes. Wait, hold on. Pause. Hold on. Hey, Goose, can you, when you say adaptive music, do you mean music that changes yeah, yes, you do. You mean music that changes based on circumstances? Well, I usually just listen to it from start to finish, and depending on the structure of the soundtrack, ideally it's just the full track. And obviously adaptive music is at its core phenomenally exceptional when it's in a context of a video game, right? Like even Daredevil, which is an adaptive track, is take care, Fonzie, is exceptional in the context of the game, but it's also very good on its own. So, ideally you just kind of listen to it and you say, yeah, that's cool. It's cool that it's adaptive, and I don't know, it's kind of just, that's how it goes. You know what I mean? That was called Dining Room, and this is Disappearance. Let me set this up. Wow, it's neat. How puzzly is this? pretty puzzling. Man, that piano is absolutely outlandish. I love it. The puzzles are not too hard. Wow, listen. Oh, you have to do it fast. I see. Short and sweet. This is a very fast soundtrack, by the way, so. No, fuck no, we're skipping that track. How the turn it up, DJ. Spanish guitar vibe is really, really cool. This dance, you know, it almost has like a naturally melancholic sound to it, doesn't it? Well, first of all, I think it's in minor, number one. Number two. Yeah, it has a sound of like of regret and a sound of like sadness of like watching an old flame pass by or something. There's a quality of like, you know, a loneliness, like sitting on a sitting on like a wall, you know, like a slightly raised wall, and just looking out, and the wind is blowing, and you see the waves crashing into the sand, and you're just kind of like sitting there like life, you know what I mean? There's a real spacious quality about it, but the dancing of it too, it just feels like unrequited feelings of regret, and you know, there's the melancholy really is the thing that kind of sticks through. It's really cool. Wow. This is another waltz. I have something to say. It feels very. Oh wait, is there about to be? No. Yeah, it feels very topsy-turvy. It feels very much like we're spinning in a circle, kind of like, yeah, exactly like a music box, right? But there's this sort of feeling like, you know, in the music box, there's the ballerina that kind of twists and turns and does this, and that's really what that feels like. It feels like we're not stable. We're constantly just bopping around and moving and twisting and turning and feeling of lack of being able to hold on to something. It's almost like everything we think it's like being spun around and reimagined. And so it's pretty interesting how it's almost like reality's flipping on its head. And obviously I understand a little bit of what the context is because of the painting thing, but like it feels like the paintings are flipping upside down and moving. It's very elegant. I like that. I like that a lot. You know, what's interesting is that it's not like the soundtrack is like so like mind-blowingly epic or anything like that. Well, epic is the wrong word, excuse me. It's not like mind-blowingly crazy. It's not like doing anything too off the beaten path. It's very simple in a way. But notice how, and actually, it's actually kind of an interesting juxtaposition between Oneshot, because this is the kind of soundtrack where you listen to it and it's intriguing and it pulls you and it makes you want to be like, huh, okay, what's going on? It actually lives pretty well outside of the given context, right? This is a soundtrack that structurally is pretty classical in its writing, which is actually very interesting. It's pretty classically rooted. Like it's a classic waltz. There's nothing too crazy happening. You know, obviously the footstep track is probably the creepiest thing I've heard ever. But like the movement itself is the structure of the pieces have been very classical. And so it's interesting how we're leading melodically, which then allows us to then take it and be like, oh, that's kind of freaky. I wonder what's happening. But also you can listen to it and be like, oh yeah, okay. You know, it's pretty cool. Let's go to Inquiry. Yeesh. The lower. Ooh. Hey, Ryu, thank you. Appreciate that. Another waltz. Puppet. You can see the puppet being possessed and controlled by something else, yeah? A fast waltz is very interesting. Prelude in C minor, huh? Nice, I like that piece a lot. This shit's always uncomfortable. Ooh. Holy balls. Okay, that's intense. 10 title. This is just the repeat of the oh, this is the title theme. That's right. This is the same as yeah. 10 title, right? Really nice. I actually like that. Okay. Tokay. Clock. Wait, literally? Yep. Wait, we gotta go back to this. Nah, bro. Fuck that track. That SFX is terrible. Hide and seek. Like it's all of this is immediately singable. You could put this in a classical music performance and it would be a ballad thing, which is really interesting coming from like an RPG maker thing, you know? This is actually fairly positive too. This is Gary's theme. He's the big brother who also ended up in the painted world with Ebe. He is her protector, so to speak. Oh, interesting. Show so. Unrealness. No, bro. I don't like... Oh, shit, I don't like stuff like this. Ugh. I don't like that. Alright, moving on. Corelli La Follia. How do they get rights for this? Using classical music in a art gallery is the most appropriate version of using classical music. Wow. Dum dum shadum dum 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 dum. Hold on, I thought. That's how it goes, Olive. There's actually the same amount of people in right now. It just spread out. It's interesting how classical music can feel very sterile. Classical music can be interesting because it evokes a lot of different emotions, I think. Like, you know, you have soundtracks like Clair Obscur, which is essentially classical music in a modern perspective, right? But then you have pieces like that, which feel, I don't know, I actually don't know if that's a direct Corelli piece, but Arcangelo Corelli, actually. Right. Baroque. And so, you know, Baroque music is interesting because, I mean, theoretically, Baroque music could also be like the earliest version of metal, like things like Vivaldi and, you know, what was it? Summer or no, winter. Can't remember. But classical music, depending on how you look at it, especially in this time period, whether it's Baroque into classical, it's really not until Beethoven, based on my understanding, that we stretch into the Romantic time period. And there obviously there's some overlap where we're still expressing emotion, we're still expressing feelings. The music is still guiding the emotional journey, but it wasn't really being written for the purpose of emotional storytelling of the emotion, right? And it's interesting how it still feels like it still has momentum. It still has this feeling of drive. So this feeling of like digging inward and releasing. But it's interesting how people perceive it as boring. You know, but if you attach that to like a scene of you know, digging through papers and looking for something, you feel a sense of momentum in that too. It's very cool. All right, Blind Alley. I love the guitar in this. The guitar in here is really nice. Baroque music. What a sound of loss and sadness. like the speed up. Really nice. The sense of urgency there as we move. Like that a lot. Really pretty. Chimes. Uncomfortable. That the chimes do a great job in there of making you feel totally on edge without any of the real creepy stuff. Now there is obviously that isolating whistle thing that kind of goes from left to right, but overall, like, it's interesting how that track is really like wind. You know, there's stillness in it, even though there's momentum. If that makes sense. Like, I don't know. Definitely, I don't love that track, but you know, it's still like creepy. All right, let's go to Departure. Oh, come on. What the hell is happening here? Why is it throttling? Ugh. Okay, should be back. Dude, I don't know what's going on with fucking Spectrum. Okay, we're fine. We're back now. We're back. It's something stupid. Every once in a while, it just throttles, and it happened last Friday. It throttled for like 3 hours. Just refresh. We're back. So we're back. I think. Hello? We're good? Okay, let's finish up. We only have like 3 tracks. Why? The minute I started playing the track. Come on, you bitch. Spectrum, you're fucking killing me, man. Seriously? Every time I stop playing the track, it's fine. Every time I play the track, it's not fine. It's like a beautiful sunny day. What the fuck? Yeah, I mean, it says like the piece says that it's like it's still morose, even though it has this sort of like relaxed quality to it. The momentum of it still feels like it's totally broken. You know what I mean? Like it's not all good. You know what I mean? The soundtrack is extremely intriguing. I definitely I kind of want to play through it, to be honest. It seems like every time I push play, it something happens. So I'm just gonna ride the wave. I'd like to finish this. I mean, there's 3 tracks, so I'm going to, and hopefully the internet doesn't suck. I don't know why Spectrum is such a piece of shit, but it is. Wow. You know, it's malicious. It's malignant. It's dangerous. It's like being trapped in an environment where you can't escape. There's a sound quality in that of just like absolute dread and really ultimately there's a feeling of being pressed down, being pushed and being like old puppet. There's a deformity in that sound. There's a feeling of emptiness. There's a feeling of compression, of being squeezed lifelessly, like being squeezed lifelessly. Like there's a that real tension in that, and the inverted minor music box sound is very almost morbid and uncomfortable. Goofball. The I almost said the Street Fighter. That's how much I think about Street Fighter. The steps are intriguing to me. Okay. This is like a twisted reflection of someone. You look in the mirror and all of a sudden the mirror looks back at you, but the mirror looks and it blinks when you're not blinking, and it grabs out its hand and it reaches out and grabs you and it looks you in the eye and it says, "Hey, I know who you are." You know, it's like a parallel shadow self almost. Really intense, really dark, really uncomfortable. All right, noise. Really? It's hilarious. Fucking Okami pops in. That's hilarious. Autoplay. It's Ebe. Marco, when are bad videos releasing? I'm gonna actually. I meant to before we get into this. Would you guys watch a video? Just this, we have a small enough sample size that I think I can get a good. Would you watch a video of me listening to a soundtrack for 8 hours? It wouldn't be the full 8 hours. Could you imagine? But it would be like I listened to XYZ soundtrack for 8 hours. Here's what I discovered, or something like that. It's an idea I've got cooking that I think would be really fun. I'm gonna do it about Persona 5 since I historically don't really like that soundtrack. So I'm going to spend 8 hours. I kind of want to, like, oh, I went on a cruise I went on a health cruise for 100 hours. Here's whatever. I think it'll do well and it will be fun for me because it means I get to listen to some of my favorite soundtracks an entire workday. But also, I think it would be really fun to like hate listen to something for an extended period of time and be like, holy fuck, I actually came away with that and hated it or whatever. Like, I listened to Persona 5 for 8 hours. I notoriously hate the soundtrack. Here's what I discovered about it, or something. So anyway, I just had a thought. I absolutely not gonna film an 8 hour video, but it would be 20 minutes. I wouldn't do it all the time. So Ebe. Ebe is very special. I feel very strongly about this soundtrack. I found it very surprising. I thought, yeah, maybe. Thank you, Peter. That's perfect. I found it really well done. I felt it really encapsulated a terrific soundscape of horror, but not so distinctly horror-esque. Like there were some tracks in there that were really intense, but overall what I felt was a real commitment to melody, to classical writing, to using traditional orchestration to deliver discomfort and dis-ease, which I thought was really, really satisfying. I felt that Ebe was an easy 5,000 out of, no. I felt that Ebe was really, really solid. E was this coffee mug good. Like, it was really, really, really a good soundtrack to listen to that I felt was extremely engaging. At half hour, at 20 tracks, I also felt that it was very palatable and didn't overstay its welcome at all. It really delivered on this feeling of morbidness that pervaded. It was interesting to clash that with that classical writing, where you would assume classical writing or the flamenco classical guitar would be very proper and very rigid and very very structured, and while it has those structures, I think it also like plays into the horror aspect of it very well. The music box stuff was obviously very indicative of children, or of this feeling of everything being flipped upside down. There's no script anymore. Everything was really sort of jarring and uncomfortable in that way, and I thought it really worked. I thought it really landed. It reminded me quite a bit of Silent Hill 2's music. I don't think as fleshed out, and not nearly as twisted, but it did have elements of that Silent Hill aesthetic that I thought were really engaging, and it really like threw me towards it. I enjoyed that immensely. I thought that was really a really fun listen. Some tracks were a little boring, but overall I felt that I felt my attention waned a bit. But from the very get-go, pretty much I would say over 80% of the soundtrack was really enjoyable to listen to. I won't play it today, but I certainly it would be something I would consider playing for 100% sure. Based on even the visuals that I saw over here on Steam, it really is. It seems like something that would be really, really fun to explore. What's also really nice about the soundtrack is that it really pulls you into the world. There's a whole something here that there's a mystery about it that I think is also sort of enrapturing, where it's like, okay, I'm curious now. It asks a question, much in the same way that Oneshots does, but I think Oneshot is such a snapshot of what Oneshot is contextually, that it's kind of difficult to fully embrace it on a separate listening, whereas Ebe was much more of a soundtrack listen experience that I think that was really delightful as music for what it is, you know what I mean? So but again, if you look at even Oneshot's imagery here, this sort of empty space that really is occupied, the world isn't worth saving anymore, and you pop in and work with Nico to restore this world. I mean, carrying this light and trying to embrace the world and make it a better place. Like, there's a livable place. Like, there's something. Both these soundtracks provide something really unique and interesting that I thought was really fun to listen to from top to bottom overall. I hope you had a great time today. Sorry about the little hiccup there. Spectrum sucks ass. It was a fun 4 hours for me, and it was hopefully a fun 4 hours for you. Hopefully you learned some things today, or just had a good time listening. I certainly did, and thank you again for allowing me to do less, and hopefully doing less is also helping. I don't know. It's fun to think less mentally, because it does exhaust me. Especially for how long these streams can be. With that, I will talk to you very soon. Oh, I do a bad job of promoting my other streams. So later this week, tomorrow night, we're going to be tomorrow afternoon. Job of promoting my other streams. So later this week, tomorrow night, we're going to be tomorrow afternoon. We're going to be listening to the Potionomics OST. I'm really curious about this actually, because I've heard nothing but great things about Potionomics. Wednesday is the VGM battle at 4:00. Eastern character themes. Really excited for that. Thursday, I'll be filming 8 hours of, well, not filming, I'll be filming myself, listening to, what's it called for 8 hours? Persona 5, so you won't see me. Saturday, the 26th, we'll be checking out Wuthering Waves 2.5. And Friday is, of course, the Patreon live stream for those that subscribe to those tiers. I should also say that right now on Patreon, I am watching The Witch from Mercury. I started Mori and to Callie for both those recommendations and for supporting the channel that way. Professor Layton, totally. That sounds great. I'm dying? Yes, I am.